Leave you laid out on the floor. Try to duck and roll. Hit and miss. Now you counting stars. Should've practiced more. Should've hit the mask. Get out there more. Claim that you're the best. You gotta show me, son. Actions over words, baby boy. Is you real or what? Talking way too much. World come. Back sports. Talking way too much. World come. Back sports. Talking way too much. World come. Back sports.
Yep. Once again, you tuned in to World Combat Sports, man. Salute to each and every one of you who rock with the channel. You know what it is, man. Big salute, one love. Appreciate you pulling up as always. Hey, I'm sending a PSA off the rip. I see a lot of channels that have the UFC fight card up, but they're not talking no Ultimate Fighting Championship. They're not talking no mixed martial arts. You know, I mean, you can pretty much do what you want to. You want to put up the smoke and mirrors and everything else, cool. But you know, man, y'all sitting up there having the Ultimate Fighting Championship like you really talk about mixed martial arts. You know what I'm saying? Y'all ain't talking about mixed martial arts and boxing like I is him. You know what I'm saying? I mean, you're just trying to say, okay, that's the fight card that's on right now. I want people to tune in. But man, any one of y'all out there, you can't talk boxing and mixed martial arts with me, period. None of y'all. Stop faking with the UFC dang thumbnails, and then you're talking about something totally different. You're talking about boxing. Man, shout out to the International Boxing Hall of Fame. Man, they had class 2020, 21, and 22 on deck in attendance. I wanted to go up there so bad, man. You know, I was like, damn, if it just could have been on the weekday, bleeding over into the fight week, that would have been great. Because I would have spent the whole week. I would have spent the whole week over there or something like that. Man, salute and congratulate to every one of them names that was on deck and being acknowledged. You know what I'm saying? And provided that well-deserved honor of what they was able to do in their professional boxing careers. Man, it is absolutely commendable. You know what I'm saying? That you all are receiving that highest honor. You know what I'm saying? To etch that in the history of your boxing accolades to become a Hall of Famer, bro. A Hall of Famer. Damn, Andre Ward. Hall of Famer. Man, Layla Ali. It's just crazy. The one and only Roy Jones Jr., Ibhof, James Toney. It was just so many faces over there being enshrined in the Boxing Hall of Fame. I salute y'all as if I was wearing my dress blues, doing a ceremonial detail. I salute y'all, man, in full colors. I salute y'all. Well deserved. And I want to thank Roy Jones for giving that interview before the Hall of Fame. I haven't posted it yet. It was just audio. You know, I've been trying to clear up the audio just a little bit because where he stay at, sometimes the audio is not that great. But I want to give a big shout out there, Roy. Thanks for giving me that interview before you flew out there to NYC for that enshrinement. You know what I'm saying? That enshrinement, that honorary boxing of Hall of Fame. International Boxing Hall of Fame. Unbelievable. Andrew Charles on deck. Trap Media, what's good? So let's get right down to what's been popping off. You know, I'm not going to address the ones who sent me all those emails, but first of all, the interview I did with Rick Glaser the other day, you know, I'm gonna give a shout out to Showtime. He the one posted the clip before I did, but shout out to him for posting it out there anyway. You know what I'm saying? But Rick Glaser, he gave the most. I'm talking about the best response that you can possibly get. It don't matter what he references or what community he references it to. That ain't mean nothing to me. It's just him referencing it the way he did. It was just absolutely classic. You have to look at it that way. It was absolutely classic in the way he referenced the low PPV sales. People not gonna sit up here and give it is genuine, attention. But I'm asking you, you need to go look at the video. I posted on YouTube, and I'll show it to you once again right here. You know what I'm saying? I put it on the intro. It was hilarious, man. That shit was hilarious, dog. You cannot sit up here and keep a straight face. Some of you probably can because you have disdain. You know what I'm saying? You have disdain for Glaser. But man, check it out right quick. And then we're gonna get to Crawford.
One-on-one. Just say to him, ask him, do you buy the pay-per-view, or are you illegally getting it? Are you stealing it? Oh man, motherfucker, I steal it. I said, well, there you go. But you're supporting your fighter?
Man, y'all can say what that want. Man, that shit was hilarious, man. Man, motherfucker, I steal it. That shit was hilarious, dog. Cause y'all do be stealing it, man. Some of the cats out here, man, they be stealing PPVs, man. Real talk. I got receipts to every PPV, man. I don't crack streaming, none of that shit. I goddamn purchased the shit. If it's too much for me to even put a budget, it exceeds my budget. They have to be extreme. If it exceeds my budget, where you have boxing, mixed martial arts, and then maybe bare knuckle fighting, or some type of grappling tournament on flow grappling, then that might be a little bit different. You know what I'm saying? And speaking of grappling, I got to give a shout out to the Ficker family too. Man, world champions. They have 2 teenage sons, Guy and Cash, who I was able to cover at the Naga tournament, grappling tournament down here. And I was his first interview. I was Guy's first interview. And that kid, that teenager is an absolute beast. And I think he's around 17 years old and a world champion now. 17 years old, starting out the way he did, an absolute tyrant with his leg locks and leg submissions. Oh my God. And his brother Guy is right there too. Him and his brother, Guy and Cash, became world champions at the Pans. I was like, that's just crazy because I saw both of them when they was down here and I was able to see them compete. But to see them on that level, man, and shout out to they school, Atos, by the great Andre Gaballo, one of those well-renowned legends in BJJ. But I just wanted to give a shout out to them because they were able to achieve the world championship status. Man, y'all don't understand how big that is when it comes to BJJ. From my understanding, Guy, he has 6 matches now. He has 6 matches, 5 submissions, and the only one he didn't sub out was the guy that was in the finals that he competed against. Everybody else, 5 submissions. 5 submissions out of 6 matches. And these matches are not easy, y'all. This is not your run of the mill pull up off the couch and like boxing and go in there and fight. No, this is world class athletes going in there to compete on the mat. That's what I love about grappling. Like, you can't shadow box grappling. You can't shadow box anything about BJJ. You have to go in there and practice, and it demands you have a partner, an assistant. You have to have someone to be able to remediate your skill set. I'm just telling you how it is. So when you have individuals that's on here, putting up UFC or whatever, they can do what they want. It's media, you got people faking it all day long. But the only way they're gonna find out about mixed martial arts, and especially the ground game, is that you have to visit these schools. You have to go up here and ask questions. You have to see the training for yourself. You have to educate either by physically, understanding how it works and training it at one point, and also speaking to individuals about the sport itself. It is an incredible system. BJJ is an incredible system, man. It's a beautiful art. You have teenagers up here going against grown men and subbing them out. Grappling, you ain't throwing punches. I know they got combat jiu-jitsu and all that. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about, in this instance, for Guy and Cash, they competed in the gi. Okay, they was able to become world champions in the gi. No gi is you got the hash guard, shorts, and of course, you barefooted. So, man, shout out to them. Dead Game Boxing on deck. Silence King on deck was good. People brag about streaming and then be the first one to bring up PPV numbers. Absolutely, man. They want to act like they all about, man. That's why I say the response that Rick gave was perfect, because he said, you really support your fighter, right? But you say, nah, motherfucker, I steal it. And look, that's true. You have a lot of people out here that don't pay for the freaking PPVs, but yet they go up here and advocate intensively about a fighter that they don't even pay for a pay-per-view, and then jump their ass on here behind the mic and talk about numbers. They can have 10 motherfuckers on the panel, right? 9, whatever, and talk about numbers when and then they don't even buy every PPV. But they up here trying to add and flux numbers, inflate numbers to basically look, where I'm going with this, right? To basically substitute them not freaking paying for the PPV themselves. You know what I'm saying? They sit up here and try to inflate the numbers because they feeling guilty they didn't pay for the damn stream. If you're not paying for every PPV out your pocket, you shouldn't even be allowed. You shouldn't even be on here behind the mic talking that shit. You shouldn't even be allowed to talk about numbers because you're faking it. You're not even being genuine. Anyway, shout out to Crawford, man. Terrence Bud Crawford was at the Hall of Fame ceremony, and he had his hand cast. And there was a point where, someone asked him about, him potentially being in the Hall of Fame or what have you. And he said, he just can't wait. There's his time. And it's going to come a point in time that Crawford is going to be enshrined as an honorary member in the International Boxing Hall of Fame. It's going to happen. The man was on deck and had his hand casted today. That should tell you what it is right there. They just don't have somebody come out the audience, a boxer that's on deck, and say, hey, can you come up here, please? We selected you out of the lottery. We put some numbers in the hat and your name popped up, Crawford. No, that's not the way it works. So that should give you a sign right there. And I try to explain this over and over again without people feeling like they're insulted. I'm not saying just because he's a Hall of Famer right now, he don't have to fight Errol Spence. I'm saying that where he at in his career, people just need to understand that what he's been able to accomplish, him being on the pound for pound list where he at, and now him having his hand casted at the Hall of Fame ceremony, should help you understand a bit more that he doesn't need Errol Spence to solidify his legacy. Do he need him to make a big payday? Is it beneficial to him making a big payday because they're two top tier names in the welterweight division? Absolutely. You know what I'm saying? I'll be remiss to sit up here and deny that shit. You know, but I'm telling you, it'll be good for them to match up and for the fight to be done. But peep this out though. I did a live the other day talking about fake news. And it's amazing how all of a sudden, you know, Rick Glaser come on here and he says the fight not going to be in October. He said because of MLB and all that. And, you know, boxing don't want to, you know, you got people that's crack streaming the PPVs and you got MLB, Major League Baseball going on and all that other shit. So he mentioned it'll probably be in November. Instead of people sitting up here acknowledging where they got that month from, they're trying to act like they all of a sudden. Before that, you didn't see shit. Go back and look at the thumbnails. Go look at it back in the thumbnails. This is how fake people are. They always trying to sit up here and they want you to give them credit if they get something, if you get something or source something from them, and then it comes to WCS. I might have something that you heard, and then all of a sudden the fake news turned from October to November. No, stick with the game plan. Stick with the motherfucking game plan, shawty. If you said you was in October, stay in October. All y'all out there that's saying it might be potentially in November, stick with the fake news that you was going with. Stick with the 55-45. Stick with the October. Don't listen to me. I'm just saying. Now all of a sudden, people switching up and saying, "Oh man, that make a good point. Rick made a good point. Shit, the fight might be in November." No shit. I'm not saying it's gonna be in November, even though I was told something that it wasn't gonna definitely be in October. That's why I was driving the way I was, and I was in motherfucking sixth gear with a ball of NOS, telling y'all about the fake news is floating out here on YouTube. It's freaking fake news. But I'll be right there with them whenever they want to make that change up. You know, they try to level change. You know what I'm saying? I'll be right there with them. I mean, with them. I'll be right there with them. They try to make that level change and change to somebody else, change to another subject. No, let's stick to the October and the 55-45. Where the fuck you get the information at? Stop feeding people false propaganda. Stop feeding people. It's already enough going on in boxing where we get disappointment and get stressed out, and you know, all the letdowns, you know what I'm saying? All the deceptive type of newscasting that's out here, dropping info that you don't hear nowhere else on any other social media platform outside of YTC. You know what I'm saying? Well, all of a sudden it's November. Come on, bro. Where y'all come up with that? Just got there and get a shout out on where you got it from. Y'all the same motherfuckers be calling Rick Glaser racist and all this other shit. But before I did the interview with him, I wasn't hearing nothing about no damn November shit. I wasn't hearing nothing. I didn't even put it out about no November. But I did leave it up for the insider himself, Rick Glaser, you know, to answer the questions if he knew the answer to. He said, they're not going to do it in October. Why would they want to do that? Why would they want to do that for? You got to compete with Major League Baseball. Why would they do that? It doesn't make any sense. Why? And then people's like, that's interesting. But look, if you're gonna snatch the man's response, and I just happen to be the one interviewing, Dang, show some love, shouty. I know it's difficult. I know it's difficult. Like Showtime. Hey, Showtime doing this damn thing out here. I share his content. I got to give him a shout out because, it is what it is. It's genuine. It's genuine respect. It's genuine love when it comes to every, everything dealing with the media game and his media company as a whole and what he's doing for boxing. It ain't no motherfucking fuckery or fakery with the shit. If somebody's doing something that you appreciate, just show love, shouty. You know what I'm saying? Just show them love, man. Just say, hey, damn, you doing a great job, man. I got this information from this, that, and the other. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it doesn't take that much energy, but within your heart, in order for your mind to be committed to make that decision, that's where the roadblocks come into play. A lot of y'all don't have it within your mindset to make such a minute act of kindness benefit somebody else, bro. I don't hesitate. Look, it's nothing for me to hit the like button on somebody's shit. Even if they don't support me, if I believe they have something that I learned something from, I hit the like button. All right, cool. Boom. Like button. Like button. I didn't dislocate a shoulder. I didn't dislocate a joint in my fingers. I didn't have a migraine headache. None of that shit. Bud Spence probably does 300 to 400K tops. Seriously doubt that. I put money on that trap. That ain't happening. They're gonna do over 400K. I promise you that. I promise you that, Trap. I promise you that. Shout out to Boot Camp on Deck. Bruce Gold, Boxing Jazz, and more. Salute. Oh, Bruce in the building. What's going on, Bruce? Gas Boxing Jazz. What's good with your OG? How you feeling? Salute, Scotty at World Combat Sports. Salute to you, man. Shout out to Trick in the building. Being on deck. No, not right now. I got to get mine off. So let's talk about, Crawford at the Hall of Fame. Potentially Crawford at the Hall of Fame is definitely going down sometime in the future. Crawford, in my opinion, he's not going to overextend his boxing career. He's going to get out at the right time that's feasible for him. I believe he's still going to be healthy and have his wits about him. And also, there's a lot of other things y'all don't know that he's doing within the community and everything else to further extend, his presence in the sport of boxing once he's out, out of the sport as an active contender. You know what I'm saying? I believe he's gonna commit to these challenges. I'm pretty sure he has some goals before he step out the door. He's gonna commit to them. If they happen, they happen. If they don't, they don't. But in reality, he's a Hall of Famer right now in the future. Period. He's a Hall of Famer. Regardless of what anyone wants to compare, you know what I'm saying? Hey, what they say, numbers don't lie. Unless they coming from YouTube. Remember, I told you that. They all look, numbers don't lie unless they coming from YouTube. And those numbers lie a lot. So, shout out to Bud being over there, having his hand casted at the International Boxing Hall of Fame. And like I said before, salute to all those other names that was in the company. I mean, I'm pretty sure it was a nice ceremony, man. I'm looking at all the pictures. James Lights Out, Tony, Julian Jackson, man. I just seen so many people over there. You know what I'm saying? So shout out to y'all, man. Y'all deserve that shit, man. This is a tough sport. You know what I'm saying? It's a tough sport, man. Let's talk about the situation with Crawford and Spence. And I am looking at your UFC fight card, but I want to talk about this. You know what I'm saying? I have the option. So, like I told you before, nothing has been resolved. I'm hearing so many records spin on this particular topic. Look, this is what I would hear, right? You would hear them say that, look, listen to me, y'all. Listen to me, man. Hit the like button and sub to the channel. You would hear these cats say that Crawford has agreed to 55-45. But it's that three-letter killer. The three-letter killer, right? If me and you had a contract made up, you know what I'm saying? And I said I was purchasing your vehicle. And I signed the contract, and I'm going to purchase this vehicle tomorrow. I signed the contract. Then tomorrow comes, I already signed the contract for the price. You know what I'm saying? You wanted $5 for the vehicle, $5 it is. All right. I come back the next day. I say, you know what? I don't want to pay $5, man. I want to pay $150. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't work like that. Like, it's a contract. You saying he agreed and he signed for 55-45. But all of a sudden he want to do the switcheroo and change shit up. So then once I hear the 55-45, then you hear this right here. Well, he wants more money. I thought he was agreed on 55-45. 55-45 is what it is, right? 55-45. Did y'all have a problem with what's 55-45? Back end money, right? So then they turn around and say, well, Crawford wants more money. He wants more money on the pay-per-view. He wants more money. But no, you say the contract is signed already. 55-45. They turn around and say he was obliged outside of 40% and given 5% more. Am I losing some type of direction when I hear stuff? Like, real talk, I don't have the best hearing. I do have, some tendonitis in both ears, bilateral tendonitis. But listen to me. If somebody's saying that Crawford is signed 55-45, internal to the YouTube, because Mike Coppinger never agreed that he signed 55-45. What more discussion is it when it contractually has been binded? What more is it to talk about? Crawford just comes back in there and say, you know what? I want the 55. I want the 55. What is Crawford negotiating? Guarantee money? What is he negotiating? Guaranteed money? Because I heard he's negotiating more PPV money. What is Terrence Crawford negotiating? And why is he negotiating if y'all came out and said it was 55-45, signed, sealed, delivered, ship it off? Stop reporting fake ass news, especially when it involves a fight of this magnitude that we want to see, and they putting out fake ass news, man, like the fight is already done and it's gonna be in October. Look, if I drop some shit like that, I'm gonna say y'all need to get y'all motherfucking tickets October, and this is where the fight's gonna be. It's gonna be at the T-Mobile Arena. Y'all better get y'all tickets at this month right here. All right. But I heard it's gonna be an Allegiance. Like I told you. What did I just tell you? Did I just tell you the arena name? Did it sound like it was Allegiance? No, right? Okay. So take it for what it is, because I don't have to be first in this shit. I'm not doing this shit for numbers, none of that. I'm good. But don't take it personal. What you do is take it some type of way. If I start calling out your name, then that is more direct when it comes to making a point and try to get your attention. Don't be mad at me just reporting and talking about fake news that's out here on social media. Don't be petty. You know what I'm saying? I ain't got time for no pettiness. Y'all know it's fake news. Y'all don't have no solid concrete evidence. It don't matter how many of y'all vouch for one another. I don't care who vouched for me. It's 3 people that vouch for me. Remember that shit. Me, myself, and I vouch for me, myself, and I. Those three people right there, they solid. They solid because they attached to me, bro. I don't need none of y'all to vouch for me. If you do this shit genuinely, proactively, I appreciate it. I respect it. But if you choose never to do it, that's cool. Because that lets me know you have that ounce, you know what I'm saying, or whatever you have in your heart, that you just can't turn that leaf over and do something out of the kindness of your heart. You don't have it within you. You don't have that leaf that you can just turn over and show some kindness, commit a kind act without it benefiting you, period. I don't understand why this, of all fights, like I told you, you have potentially the bantamweight vision and the super bantamweight vision may potentially unify before we get the Terrence Crawford Errol Spence fight. That would bring the total fights, since this has been in conversation, that would bring the total amount of divisions rather to 6. We had 35 and 40 already, and we had 54 and 68. If Inouye and then Cool Boy stuff, Stephen Fulton, if they unified before this welterweight, then you would know who it is. You know who the problem is. Y'all can't keep sitting up here talking about, Crawford was on the plantation. Look, I'm gonna tell you something that you might not know about Top Rank. I'm just gonna put it out there again. Top Rank has some of the best outings when it comes to fight week. They have the best get straight down to the point. Let media cover the fight. It's not like walking through concertina wire, butt ass naked. You know what I'm saying? Feeling all that pain. You don't get in there and have to go through a motherfucking TSA and people treating you like you refugees and goddamn from a foreign country trying to squat you laid over here to the US. It's not that. So if you were saying Crawford was on a plantation and Bob Arum was a slave master and he did this, that, and the other, and that's why Crawford was suing, okay, whatever the case, whatever you choose to say. But when he leaves Top Rank, you saying, oh, I don't like how he moving. He should have stayed with Top Rank to make the fight with PBC. But then you have the other half of the pundits saying since he's no longer with Top Rank, he don't have no promotion. He can't fend for himself. You think a fighter like Crawford cannot defend can't fend for himself? Like he just walking around here illiterate to this boxing game? As long as he been in the game, bro. As long as he been in the game, he cannot fend for himself. He doesn't know what a legal team is like. All the success he's had, you trying to tell me all the success you've seen him have, that's all pure guessing. It's not the case, bro. The question mark title is usually fake. News clickbait. Hey, long as everybody, let me put that back up. Long as everybody know that right there. I put it out there for a reason. There's not many times you can look at my titles I ever release any type of information, and I do that because it's what you call ignis fatuus. It's very misleading. It's very, very misleading. You know what I'm saying? You putting out fake jargon out to your listeners. You'll put a question mark there, but yet you'll get on behind the mic and talk as if it's legit. But yet, did you forget you put a question mark out there? Question mark, what it does, eliminate confirmation. That's what a question mark does. It eliminates confirmation. You're not confirming an open-ended title that you don't have the answer. How can you confirm that? All you're doing is just stating or expressing, hey, it may happen here, it may happen there. You ain't confirming shit. It's not a period or exclamation mark. But you put a question mark and then you talk about it. Well, supposedly a date has been out there, and they're gonna fight in October, and this is much anticipated news. It's good that we're getting closer and closer to a fight, and this, that, and the other. All you're doing is just fucking off the listeners. You're making it worse and worse for people to respect us as being legitimate sources of information when it comes to boxing. That's all you're doing. You fucking us off. You fucking us off and you fucking us over. Because people just come over here when they want to frolic around, monger, just have a little good old time in the park, and then they leave. They don't really come here as often as they should to get substance. Now, there's some channels on here that I would say point blank, they have substance. I listen to them. When I'm listening to your channel and I may be getting some a workout in or driving, that's because I learned something. I'm educated. I'm educating myself. I'm learning some shit. And usually these channels have people on the panels who are educating the listeners too. They know they shit about boxing too. So you tune in. You know what I'm saying? Or at home, I'm listening to more than one. So I keep it up on the tab, hit pause, listen to one full, and then come back to that one. So they have some channels out here and some content creators that's doing what the fuck they supposed to do. And I tune into that shit. Real talk. I would mention names, but when it comes down to mentioning people's names, you don't even know if they're gonna receive you genuinely about mentioning their names, about like, hey, you be putting out good content. Too many motherfuckers be out here talking about you cloud chasing, and you be up here trying to genuinely show love. A nigga say I'm cloud chasing. I'm fucking done, dog. I ain't never been jealous of no man. I ain't cloud chased them up. Man, I got this shit all by my own. Learn how to damn trademark my shit, do the paperwork, all that shit on my own. I didn't do 20 years in the military and was in charge of people to become a civilian and then act like I don't know how to be a leader. That's not the case. But anyway, back to Crawford and Spence. Let's just say, for instance, right? We still hearing people say the same retreaded Charmin toilet paper. I'm talking about the shit that's already sitting in the toilet in a quick trip. You know what I'm saying? The shit that's just sitting in the toilet, it's all saturated with piss and shit. I'm hearing the same stuff sometime when it comes to Terrence Crawford, when they comparing him to Errol Spence. They continue to say that Errol Spence's resume is much better than Terrence Crawford. I challenge anyone. No, I'm gonna leave it. No, I'm gonna leave that alone. I'm gonna pick the right time for that to happen. I can't do it right now. Anyway, I know me and a lot of you are tired of hearing the same shit about resumes, about people on the box rec. And I said this before. I know I'm the only one that put it out there. I said 2 of Errol Spence's belts is Sean Porter's. Real talk. The IBF and the WBC, Sean Porter had them before Errol Spence. I don't care who had it before Sean Porter. Sean Porter lost it to Kell Brook. Errol Spence has 2 of Sean Porter's belts. They always talking about Errol Spence fought the better competition. So let's go through the better competition at welterweight. Let's start with the top of the food chain. Has he fought Keith Thurman? No, not at all. Did he fight Manny Pacquiao? No. Did he want to fight Manny Pacquiao? Yes. Did Terrence Crawford want to fight Manny Pacquiao? Yes. Did Keith Thurman fight Manny Pacquiao? Yes. Because Manny Pacquiao's that dude. I don't have to go through his resume. Those of you that follow boxing understands what it is. But Manny Pacquiao before he stepped in with Yardenis Ugas has 7 losses, y'all. But he's still a legend of the sport. 7 losses. 7 losses, y'all. It doesn't. I'm not talking about how many wins he got. He has 7 defeats. So my biggest question is, when it comes to Errol Spence and Terrence Crawford, 2 black fighters on the pound for pound list, and now on Ring has them side by side. They move in a way up. Look, they move in a way up. After he went in there and took the WBC title from Nonito Donaire, they move him back to number 1. They've been waiting to do that shit. They infatuated. Look, these cats are infatuated with Inoue. They move him past freaking Alexander Usyk. And the man haven't even unified an entire division. He still have Paul Butler remaining. Paul Butler is no one like Casemiro, Miss Wade. I mean, Butler's now the champion. But they moved this man in front of Alexander Usyk when Usyk's last opponent was Anthony Joshua. He was the reigning, defending unified heavyweight world champion. For real. So let's get back to the resume. Errol Spence has Sean Porter belt he got from Kell Brook. But yet, when Terrence Crawford fought Kell Brook, the same mumbo jumbo came about that he wasn't the same fighter. He was washed. But ever since his fight with Errol Spence, which Errol Spence took with under a year after taking a beating 2 weight classes higher, Kell Brook goes on to fight at 154, not 2 weight classes up, 1 weight class up. He has 3 wins. It don't matter who it was against. He had 3 victories, and then he dropped back down, just like he did for Errol Spence, and fought Terrence Crawford. Terrence Crawford made it look much easier than going life and limb like Errol Spence did. I like the performance Errol Spence gave with Kell Brook. It was a very entertaining fight. Real talk. And I want you to bookmark that, right? Bookmark the shit. Okay? I like the performance between Kell Brook and Errol Spence. Now, coming over to Terrence Crawford, he made it look easier. You know what I'm saying? Because we're talking about a 4th round stoppage is much shorter than what we've seen Errol Spence do. And I also believe, without a shadow of a doubt, that Kell Brook wasn't 100% taking that fight with Errol Spence. Kell Brook was not 100%. How can you be 100% in that short period of time? How? How can you take a beating, go back, you have to recover, you have to have surgery, you have to recover. Then you have to be cleared by a doctor to get back in there. Not only that, we've seen it play out with Errol Spence. He had a scratched retina or something like that, right? Whatever his eye situation was. How many fights did Errol Spence have in 21? How many fights? Let's look it up. Let's look how many fights that Errol Spence had in 2021. Because he had an eye injury, right? Right? He had an eye injury. So let me look up Errol Spence Jr. because he's supposed to fight Manny Pacquiao. And let's look at how many fights he had in 21. 0. So peep this out. His last fight was Danny Garcia. And then he came out injured. He didn't return to April 2022. Now, if we go to Kell Brook, right? When Kell Brook fought Gennady Golovkin back in September 2016, he had a serious eye injury that he had to get worked on. He ended up fighting Errol Spence in May of 2017. That's like 9 months, right? September, Let's see, October, November, December, January, February, March, April, May. Are y'all gathering what's wrong with that? He came back May of 2017, Kell Brook. Once again, let's do it. September 10th, 2016, lost that fight. October, November, December, January, February, March, April, May. Isn't May what they have on BoxRec? 8 months? So you're saying 8 months coming off a fight like that, happen to wait for surgery, have surgery, heal, get cleared by the doctor to get back in fight camp, and to get cleared to actual spar with Errol Spence on the horizon. There's no way you did a fight camp without sparring. If you did do a fight camp without sparring, you did an excellent job. But you had this, you had to subtract the time it took for him to, first of all, just get out the ring with all the severity of his eye injury and the pain he was going through, the suffering, then to get surgery done on it, recover from the surgery. Not only that, go through medical clearance from his doctor to see if it was how the damn process was working, to get cleared by the doctor, then go through another clearance to box. He had to go through those tests to see if his eye and everything was right, because we already know what happened to Israel Vasquez, coming back to box too early and taking continuous damage on his eye, ended up losing it once he was retired. Then he gets back in the fight camp. They're not just going to throw him in there with sparring partner. He has to build his condition back up, then get cleared to really take full contact sparring and go in there and fight Errol Spence the way he did, to get stopped from the left side of his eye. I mean, left side of his cranial cap, his orbital being fucked up. But yet, Terrence Crawford fights him off of 3 wins at 154, and Kell Brook was washed up. But yet, look, these same naysayers, man, these straight up Bud Crawford haters, right? That's what they are, the Bud Crawford haters, the Spencerholics, the haters, the absolute haters. They won't acknowledge the fact that Kell Brook went in there, then retire after that fight, like Sean Porter. He went back in there and stopped Amir Khan. In a very entertaining fight, we must say. He went there and stopped Amir Khan. But they say he was washed up when Crawford stopped him in the 4th. It's so much to the point right now where I'm looking at Errol Spence's resume and I'm seeing a Sean Porter who has stepped up to the big fights, and he has had just an okay track record in a division which was beneath what he competed in as an amateur. He was a much more heavier amateur. Mark Nash on deck. What's good? Shout out to my brother. What's good, Square? Mr. TKO on deck with it. What's going on with you, my brother? Appreciate you pulling up. IB on deck. He said breaking news, man. Stop it. Breaking news, for real. Yeah, on Ring he is, Mark. Look it up. On Ring he is, my brother. He is. He's number 1. Look it up. No doubt. Inouye is number 1, bro. I have number time tonight. I have number time. Let me share this right quick. Let me share this. I'm gonna share screen right quick. I have never time. Who is that front and center? Who is that? Ring has Inauya Inoue, number 1, Usyk number 2, Terrence Crawford 3. And this is the closest Errol Spencer's ever been to Terrence Crawford on the pound for pound, the ring pound for pound list, or any pound for pound list for that matter. This is the closest he ever been. And look, you don't see what's happening with the behind the scenes politics on how they're trying to grab the attention of the boxing public. Now all of a sudden they feel that the fight may potentially happen in 22. So out of nowhere, out of the sky blue, out of nowhere, Errol Spence and Terrence Crawford is neck and neck. All it does is provide YouTube content creators to talk on the rankings. And they can say they don't give a fuck about the rankings, but they do give a fuck about it. Because I'm telling you, they're going to talk about this. Terrence being number 3, Errol Spence being number 4. Number 5, Juan Francisco Estrada, still waiting on his trilogy with Roman Gonzalez. Then of course Canelo, he has an AARP membership fight coming up with Gennady Golovkin. And this guy right here, Vasyl Lomachenko, should not be on the pound for pound list. It's disrespectful. Vasyl Lomachenko shouldn't be on the pound for pound list just so he can have relevance to potentially face Devin Haney. You know what I'm saying? And speaking of Devin Haney, where's Devin Haney on this list? Somebody tell me. What's the lack of respect? Real talk. What's the lack of respect now? Lomachenko shouldn't be on this list if Devin Haney ain't on this list. And they're in the same division. Once again, how many other lightweights are on this list? None of them. How can you have Lomachenko on the list and you don't have Devin Haney? Moving on. Bivol, he jumped on the list from defeating Canelo, who used to sit at number 1. But this guy right here, when Teofimo Lopez defeated him, Teofimo was sitting at number 6 and Lomachenko was sitting at number 7. I see what's going on because they pretty much doing the same thing they did Triple G. They threw Triple G up here on the pound for pound list even when he didn't have a belt. They kept him up there. Anyway, Josh Taylor, super lightweight, formerly super lightweight, undisputed. He no longer has all the belt, so he is the lightweight unified, the super lightweight unified. That's what Josh Taylor is. And you know what? Look at this right here. They still have that down, WBA. You know what I'm saying? They still have him holding the WBA title, bro. And then of course Jermell Charlo. I said before, when I visit this, Jermell Charlo should be no less than number 7. He should be at number 7. Number 7, man. Bivol shouldn't be in front of him. Lomachenko shouldn't be in front of him. Josh Taylor shouldn't be in front of him. I'm just saying. But anyway, I just had time for that. I need to get back on the topic at hand. You know what I'm saying? King Mitch on deck. What's good? Anyway, number 1, Mel Charlo not on the list. Ring ain't shit. Yeah, he number 10. He on the list. Still better than CBS Sports pound for pound. CBS Sports, I don't render it's no way that I maximize the credibility. Like when I look for stuff at CBS, there's certain things I look over there. I'm not saying what I look at when I'm over there, but pound for pound list isn't one of them. Now they be having some solid info on some other things, but pound for pound, nah, I don't do that. But back to the issue at hand, and you're gonna continue to hear this, even all the way up to half an hour before the fight. if it's ever made. They continue to talk about and discredit, Terrence Crawford and his win over Kell Brook. And then they go and talk about Sean Porter being stopped. And they want to put all the culpability of the fight being stopped on Kenny Porter. If Kenny Porter saw that he was in the corner of Sean Porter, he's the father of Sean Porter. He's been in that corner for quite some time on the team. So if he made the call, just like when Mark Breland threw in the towel, the corner threw in the towel. Once again, I must give a juxtapose of a comparison because people tend to forget there's replays out here. When Mark Breland threw in the towel when the corner stopped it, y'all was up here jumping up and down, clicking your heels and say Tyson Fury stopped Deontay. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. Tyson Fury stopped Deontay. But when it comes to Terrence Crawford and Kenny Porter stops the fight, y'all look at it like, oh, well, his father stopped the fight. He knew and when he was training that he should have stopped it and all that. Okay. So if by chance that is the case, why you show up? Why you just didn't pull out the fight? I can tell you why, because that 4-point-some million purse that Sean Porter got, and a huge percentage of that goes to Kenny Porter. That's why you didn't pull out. That's why you didn't pull out. But before that, Sean Porter was doing just fine. Sean Porter was doing great. I mean, he was doing great. They was like, oh, man, Crawford, he's behind in the fight. Oh, my God, Crawford better step it up. Oh, my God, Sean Porter's doing so fine. And then somebody like a spitting cobra gave Crawford some venom. And they said, he behind in this fight. Crawford's like, how? Okay. And then he commenced to mass destruction. Let me go to level 2 on Terrence Crawford hate. I hear right now, because everything that come out with Terrence Crawford, and they know I'm watching. They know I'm watching. Look, the hate that comes out on Terrence Crawford, they come out and say some shit like, Errol Spence doesn't need to be 100% to beat Terrence Crawford. But Terrence Crawford needs to be 100% to beat Errol Spence. Listen, Errol Spence bring his ass in there. He ain't 100% against Terrence Crawford. He's getting canceled, period. And then you hear some shit like this. That in some way, shape, or form, subliminally, they're trying to say that the Terrence Crawford is a dumb fighter. Listen now, this coming from people who probably never trained any type of combat sport or martial arts in their life, right? They never even went to combat. They really don't know what it is to have a different level of understanding. But they say that Crawford isn't the smartest fighter because he doesn't use all his tools, right? So I'm saying to myself, because psychologically, I did a lot of reading on individuals who are born geniuses in one area of expertise, just one area. They call them savants, right? And they're able to be incredibly smart in this area. I mean, just unbelievably smart, but in other areas, they're illiterate. So when it comes to Terrence Crawford, right, they say the man ain't using all his tools. He's stupid. How smart is he? He's not using all his tools. He make the fight difficult. Well, all I got to do is remind y'all that they say numbers don't lie unless they on YouTube, right? So if Terrence Crawford has ventured into the welterweight division, stopping Jeff Horn, and you criticize his performance with Jeff Horn, and then of course they love bringing up Kavalauskas because they say Terrence Crawford could have fought a smarter fight, right? And he didn't. Right? Look how I'm about to bring this shit back around like an umbrella, right? So they say he didn't fight smart fights against freaking Jeff Horn. Then they'll bring in Kavalauskas, and they talk about how he lacks proficiency in utilizing his skills. He has the skills in his cachet, but he doesn't utilize them. And they're trying to kind of bleed that over to his intelligence as a human being, as a man, right? But also, I have to bring y'all to the attention of Errol Spence. They would sit up here and praise Errol Spence as having a higher IQ. But yet, let's go back to Kell Brook. Errol Spence was going life and limb with Kell Brook. This man was going life and limb. So if he had that good jab, why he didn't box the shit out of damn Kell Brook like Devin Haney did George Kambosos? Why he was sitting up there taking punishment and getting battered in a fight where they saying he has much more overall skill? Why aren't these same individuals that has two eyes like me criticizing Errol Spence for being in fights where he's one-dimensional and he has other so-called in their eyes, he has all these other tools that he can utilize against his opposition? Isn't that the same shit that they're not giving Terrence Crawford for? Errol Spence with life and limb and Kell Brook, but yet you saw Terrence Crawford doing that shit with Kavalauskas. So we can say both of them didn't use the skills that they had to a point to make it a clean, easy fight. They went in there and entertained by their mentality, their level of viciousness and aggressiveness. And that's how they choose to go out here and execute the strategy. Now, of course, the strategy that you split the ropes with before the first bell is quite different after the first punch is thrown, right? It becomes different. It's called improvising, adapt, and overcome. So if you get into a fight and you're not comfortable with that strategy, the offensive strategy you had, you switch it up, right? So when Kavalauskas was going life and limb with Terrence Crawford, and Terrence Crawford chose to throw away the offensive strategy and fight this dude, isn't that what Errol Spence was doing with Kell Brook? Because Kell Brook was giving him the business, but Errol Spence did not relent. He stood in his square and he fought, and they was going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Kell Brook boxed fragmented, and he ended up crumbling. But that fight that Kell Brook was in, we can say it's the same type of fight that he was in with Kavalauskas, because they criticized freaking, Terrence Crawford for not using all his skill set with Kavalauskas, and it was such a tough fight, and he got dropped in that fight. But yet they don't talk about any problems that Errol Spence experienced with Kell Brook. Then, look, then 8 years. Terrence Crawford has been a professional around 14 years now, right? So within that 14 years, because they say numbers don't lie, except when they're on YouTube. So Terrence Crawford fights Yorkis Gamboa back in the day. Gamboa is 23-0. Terrence Crawford is 23-0. Gamboa is considered legit, heavy hitter, Cuban, Olympian, all this. They go in there and have a fight. Boxing is one of those arts where you're going to exchange punches. Yeah, swimming without getting wet, it sounds good, but most of the time you do get touched up with a droplet here and there, and sometimes they try to drown you. But in this fight with Yorkis Gamboa, he was a hitter back then. He wasn't soft. He was a hitter back then. Crawford went in there and fought Gamboa, and he admits to being hurt in that fight 8 years ago. 8 years ago. So let's do a revival. All right? Let's do a revival. Let's run the water and let's have a baptism. Okay, you know what they say about baptism, right? When you're in church, they say you want to accept the Lord Jesus Christ as your personal savior? Yes, I do. Boom, they dip you on the, bring you back up. You're supposed to forget about everything else, that you experienced. You've been cleansed and everything else. Let's have a baptism today. Let's have a baptism. Let's not be or present that type of ignorance no more on YouTube. Let's have a baptism, a YouTube baptism, and baptize yourselves from bringing up a fight that happened 8 years ago. Because every time I hear y'all bring up that in an argument, I think it's extremely dumb. I think the person who is speaking on it is dumb. I think the statement is dumb. All of it. Because you're talking about something that happened 8 years ago. And you're talking as if it's relevant to the day, like you have no freaking content left to talk about. How is that possible? A lot of y'all call yourself hardcore boxing fans, but you're talking about a fight that took place 8 years ago, and you're trying to use the information on how the results played out in that fight to discredit Terrence Crawford. 8 years ago in 2014 now. 8 years ago in 2014, he stopped Gamboa in the 9th round. And I hear boxing fans on here talking about this shit as if it just happened last year. How dumb can you be to still talk about Gamboa? You don't know shit about boxing, bro. Anyone who's speaking on Gamboa hurting Crawford 8 years ago, as if it's relevant to the day because you want to find something to basically weigh the credentials down of Terrence Crawford. So you want to bring up some old shit in Gamboa. Why not Ricky Burns? That's not good enough? Because y'all discredit Ricky Burns too. But Ricky Burns, I mean, seriously. Look how crazy it sounds. So Terrence Crawford, he fights Ricky Burns and he wins the unanimous decision. He goes in against a beast in Gamboa. He fought Ricky Burns in March of 2014. And then he fought Gamboa in June of 2014. And at that time, Gamboa was a hitter. He was undefeated, y'all. Gamboa was absolutely undefeated. He wasn't a bum, none of that shit, dog. He wasn't the same guy who went in here and got stopped by Isaac Cruz. He wasn't the same guy. For you all to split your lips and to be you want to be respected on here as sound boxing minds, but yet you keep bringing up a situation that happened in boxing 8 years ago. 8 years ago. You want to talk about something that happened to one fighter 8 years ago. You don't know shit about boxing. Because if you have to resort to retrieving information that far back in the boxing calendar, way back in the boxing annals, that means you're not able to come up with new, current, updated information. You're not willing to educate yourself to current events. You're just going off what you heard on a boxing channel. You probably didn't even read that from nowhere. You heard other people complain about it, and then you feel like it's time for you to jump on the panel it's good time. I like the title. It's going to be about Crawford. And you want to come in. Just look what he happened to get. Just think about that, people. How ignorant you must be in 2022 to be bringing up a fight that happened 8 years ago when Terrence Crawford is still undefeated. Loma isn't on this. Haney has all the belts in the division. Yet Loma is higher. This shit is comical. Absolutely. Andrew say pound for pound list for me. It's a status held by a single individual. There's a lot of ways to look at it, bro. A lot of guys deserve an honorable mention. Because Canelo will be back in number one spot after he beats Triple G. Hey, Mitch, I'm not discrediting that, bro. You probably right. You probably right. King said KP was on that. He opened the door for all the slander. And it's unfortunate, being you turned into a troll of WCS. You know what I'm saying? At one point in time, as a brother, I gave you that respect, but now you turn into a troll because you're not talking about boxing. You want to get on here and talk off topic. So you know what I'm saying? I don't know. People's up here vouching for you to have a wrench, and then you get on here and act like you're gonna disrespect the host and everything else. You pop up in my chat, and you're not even talking about boxing. You just over here trolling now. Come on, man. You must have took that shit I said about you personally, that you don't know shit about boxing. Every time you jump on my panel and don't talk about boxing, you prove to the people that what I told you about yourself is absolutely 100% true. I got to rewatch the Spence Brook fight. It's been a minute. Ain't none of these boxers, no Einsteins. Okay. He said ain't none of these boxers, no Einsteins. And that's my whole point. They're in a combat sport where every opponent is different. Okay? You look at every fighter. They had these soft touches. People call them cans. I call it ragu. They had these ragu type fighters in the beginning to build up their record. It's a common format that boxing goes through. You know why it goes through it like that? It's because if a fighter is able to get off the couch and clear medicals, right? They're not testing for marijuana. They can give a fuck about marijuana. They're not testing for meth. They're not testing for cocaine and all the crack and all this other shit. They're testing for HIV. A lot of y'all don't know that because you don't attend fights. You're not behind the scenes. But I'm just saying, I've seen dudes get off the couch and come in there and give a fighter who was 3-0 another victory. He's 4-0. He's happy as shit, jumping up on the ropes. Yeah! Like he just knocked out Larry Holmes' son. I'm serious. These people be up here, these boxers be up here jumping up on the ropes. Yeah! And they just fall an absolute ragu. Longest boxing has individuals that's able to get cleared to become a professional, y'all. A professional boxer. Let me tell you about a guy I know. I knew him before he even had one professional fight, y'all. One professional fight. I knew him. And there was certain people that I'm not gonna mention his name out of respect. He's a cool cat. He didn't do shit to me. I'm not gonna put him out there like that. But they had high hopes for this dude because he does have height. You know what I'm saying? He can box. He's gotten better over time. But mentally, he's not dedicated to becoming something other than an opponent. Listen to what I just said. He refused, and he has shown that he's not dedicated to become anything more than an opponent. I think his record now is 0-15 or 0-16. He's not a bad dude. Like, for real. He's not a bad dude. He's a cool dude. Not disrespectful, not stuck up, none of that shit. But he is 0-15 right now. And he continued to get fights. It's not like he's getting knocked out either. But right at this level, he's on track to become a local Reggie Strickland. I don't know how long he's going to stay in the sport, but he's young. He's very young. And he's going to be on track to become that guy who might be 0-30. And boxing keeps on putting him on record. And you know where they beat this guy? I see boxers jumping up on the ropes. Yeah! God damn it! I did it! Oh, and he is O. Like, look, this is the O that is in the wrong position. It's not the O that's on the right side. Okay, this is the O that's on the left side. There's no way as a person that if I beat this guy, I'm jumping up on the ropes and cheering and screaming and pumping my gloves in the air. Yeah, I won. And running around. Man, I'm happy. You just defeated a guy who was old. Anyway, enough of that. back to the Yorkis Gamboa and Terrence Crawford. When it comes down to 8 years, I'm telling any one of y'all that like using, you ignorant as fuck. If you're going to use Yorkis Gamboa 8 years ago to basically substantiate the point you're trying to make and disproving that Terrence Crawford is less of a contender or less of a fighter than Errol Spence, that shouldn't even be in the conversation. Yorkis Gamboa shouldn't even be in the conversation in a negative way, because when Terrence Crawford fought him, he was undefeated. That's real talk. He was undefeated. You're talking about an Olympian, dog, not just any Olympian. Do your research. Not just any Olympian. Not just any Olympian. One Kavalauskas Olympian. Then he had that prestige. Isn't a lot of fighters that get that Olympian pedigree tossed around when somebody want to raise them up? Isn't that what happened to Lomachenko all the time? They bring that Olympian status into play. But Terrence Crawford fighting Gamboa, all they talk about is him getting hurt. And they always used to bring, once again, y'all, they always used to bring Yorkis Gamboa into the equation and say he was a featherweight, y'all. He was a featherweight. Pacquiao can go up here and continue to lose all day long, and they praise the shit out of him. Pacquiao this, Pacquiao that, and all that. But when it comes to Gamboa, the ignorance is on full-blown display when it comes up to him facing Terrence Crawford. Let me tell you how ignorant it is, right? Let me tell you how stupid these individuals are. They want to talk about a featherweight when Gamboa had already had 2 fights. He had 2 fights, y'all. He had a fight at 130, super featherweight. Then he had another fight at 130 in the 130s, lightweight. And then he had his second fight at lightweight in Terrence Crawford. It wasn't like he was doing a Mikey Garcia and just moving up from 35 to 47. He had a fight at 30. He had a fight at 35. And then he had another fight at 35. He was already acclimated to the 30s, the 130s, 135s. He was already acclimated. He didn't have his first fight against Terrence Crawford moving up from featherweight. So why are we still talking about it? I'm just curious, why are we still talking about it in these debates? It's pure ignorance. Why y'all not talking about Terrence Crawford when he came into the fight? How he was, once upon a time he fought at junior welterweight. And then he dropped all the way down to 130. And then he went all the way up to freaking welterweight, back down to lightweight, then the junior welterweight. Then he was moving all over the place, lightweight. Why y'all didn't talk about that? Then he went up to junior welterweight, back down to lightweight. Y'all don't talk about that. And then he settled in to the lightweight and they ended up fighting for the title, the WBO title. Why y'all don't talk about that? It doesn't make any sense to be bringing up something 8 years ago, people. It doesn't make any sense to be bringing up a fighter who's undefeated and a decorated Olympian, because you're just hating. And you're basically proving to any listener that's tuned in that you don't know shit about the sport of boxing, where you can voice a logical, sustainable opinion and it be educated enough, if you are in a debate, to sit up here and have somebody say, I understand what you're saying. I can agree with that. I understand where you're going with this, that, and the other. But when you're talking about 8 years and you want to talk about Gamboa hurting him and he was a featherweight, you gonna do that for every fighter? When Tarver stopped Roy Jones Jr., did you take it back all the way to the weight class he started at? Did you say Tarver? In reality, he knocked out a super welterweight. Did you say that? Do y'all put Manny Pacquiao's first division into play when he was competing down there at them lighter weight classes that nobody pay attention to? Did you talk about how he was stopped in his like 12th professional fight, knocked out cold? I never hear y'all talk about that with Manny Pacquiao. Y'all never talk about Manny Pacquiao losses unless it's Juan Manuel Marquez. Y'all might bring up Floyd Mayweather here and there, but Juan Manuel Marquez, y'all always used to say, oh, you know, he flatlined him, all that. But you really didn't give Marquez his credit. Oh, it was a lucky punch. That happens in boxing. But the sheer fact that Crawford freaking finished Gamboa and gave him his first L in his professional career, it gets highlighted in 2022, y'all. And I'm just saying, it's highlighted in 2022 when this fight took place in 2014. It's highlighted in 2022 when this fight took place in 2014. If this is what we come into in the YouTube community, and it's okay to talk about history because, you know, some of y'all have some damn good panels where you talking about some good ass history. Real talk. You're talking about some damn good old school history when it comes to these boxers. And it's very educational. You have some of the old school boxers on your panels. That's educational because you get to hear it from the boxers themselves. So it's okay to talk about history. But in this particular scenario with Crawford and Spence, it doesn't make any sense at all to bring up Gamboa to heighten the respect and to prove a point that Errol Spence is a better fighter than Terrence Crawford. Let's just take a look at their last performance. Who looked better? That's all we got to do. Balance the scales. And let's talk about their last performance. That's as far as we should go back. Their last performance. Because a lot of people was dreaming and hoping and goddamn, you know, having sleepless nights, hoping that all the heavy lifting comes to an end, that he steps in there with Yadina Sugans and get that WBA title. They was all happy. Oh, he got a nutritionist. He got a new nutritionist. You know, Blu-ray ain't in the camper. We got to see how he look. He's looking good shape, man. He's just, oh man, he looked tremendous. You see him on the mitts and da. Spence could do no wrong. But Terrence Crawford steps in there against Sean Porter. I'm hearing, oh, if Terrence Crawford fight him on the inside, he's going to get stopped. We may see Terrence Crawford get stopped for the first time in his career. I don't see how he can really beat Porter unless, you know, he just had a perfect night. Porter, you know, he's too strong for Terrence. Terrence small. That southpaw, that orthodox southpaw switching ain't gonna work with Sean Porter because he's been in there with the best. He been in there with Kell Brook. He been in there with Keith Thurman. He been in there with Danny Garcia. He been in there with the one and only Errol Spence. Man, I don't see I don't see Terrence Crawford winning this fight. And he ends up getting stopped. Stop, man. Stop it, bro. Champ in the building. What's good? Crawford said just getting the matchup with Gamboa was a big deal, an important moment for him. Talk your shit, man. You know what I'm saying? That's what it's supposed to be. Of course, it was a big moment. That was a fight. That was a tough fight. That was his, you know, his big test, man. I know he was coming in there champion and everything. People don't, you know, Ricky Burns had more experience than Crawford anyway. But they don't give Ricky Burns too much credit because he had a couple of losses on his record. But then, you know, you take Ricky Burns, who had a couple of losses, right? He had 2 losses, I think, and a draw. And then he goes in there with a guy who don't have any losses. Undefeated. Cuban hitter. Gamboa was down in the 5th, the 8th, and twice in the 9th, and all you talk about is him being hurt. Crawford, all you talk about is him being hurt. When Gamboa was down in the 5th, 8th, and twice in the 9th. Oh my God, yo. Suck Evan got knocked out. I was rooting for him. He lacked grit, though, to be honest. After I finish my, we can talk about Evan when I'm done, but Evan, he's a good dude, man. You know what I'm saying? Evan's a good dude. It's just with boxing, you get with certain people. And, I'll be honest, man. You get with certain people. He can just be with someone. I mean, and that's the shit I know about that situation. Nah, I'll let it go. I'll talk about it another day, man. Porter was the designated bodyguard, and now nobody wants to accept what they saw. Now check this out, because it only get worse. You know what I'm saying? It only get worse in how they trying to discredit Crawford's performance in his career. Check out when the names that Sean Porter stepped in there and lost with, right? And how Errol Spence went life and limb. And they saying that Errol Spence's IQ, look, once again, to discredit all of this shit. Errol Spence's IQ is much higher than Terrence Crawford. But yet again, as we seen with Kell Brook, he goes life and limb with Sean Porter. He fights Sean Porter fight, y'all. Listen to the shit I'm dropping. Listen to the motherfucking shit I'm dropping. And this is not anything I had to even do research on, right? He go life and limb with Sean Porter to prove a point. Now they want to talk about IQ and they want to sit up here and make these false claims that Terrence Crawford has a low IQ and everything, but yet they don't bring into the equation on what point Errol Spence was trying to prove to Sean Porter. What point were you trying to prove to fight Sean Porter's fight? Is that high ring IQ? Just because you had a minute window in the 11th round and caught him with a left hook? One minute window in the 11th round. Everything up to then, a lot of people were saying that Sean Porter, pretty much he could have been winning that fight. And if the knockdown wouldn't happen, it possibly could have been a draw. They just overlooking that fight like it happened 8 years ago. But you don't hear people talking about that. You don't hear how they talk about low ring IQ, but yet and still, when we talk about decision-making ability, why would you go in there and fight somebody like Sean Porter and fight his style if you got such a high ring IQ? And if that was your ring IQ, why wasn't you more dominant in that fight if you're supposed to be such an elite welterweight and you're the number one welterweight? Why? Let's back it on up, because I can go on with this shit. Why, when it comes down to Mikey Garcia, as Jamel Charlo calls them, light boys, he's coming up from 35 past 40 to 47, and you couldn't get him up out of there. And people want to say, oh, that's Mikey Garcia. You know what I'm saying? That's Mikey Garcia at the end. No, but before that, they was talking about Mikey Garcia going to get stopped. They was talking about Mikey Garcia this, Mikey Garcia that. And some people was even giving Mikey Garcia credit because he was a Garcia. But Errol Spence went, once again, that extensively high ring IQ. All he did was the same thing over and over and over and over again. You couldn't come up with a way to penetrate Mikey Garcia's defense. And it's not like he didn't hit Mikey Garcia with some nice shots. It's the fact that those shots didn't have no detrimental effect to Mikey to start breaking down and ultimately crumble and him get the TKO or the knockout. He wasn't capable of doing that. And Mikey Garcia wasn't after the accident. Mikey Garcia was before. And then you went to Sean Porter, a potential fight of the year candidate because he chose to fight Sean Porter's fight just like he chose to fight Kell Brook. And you're speaking about high ring IQ? You speaking of high ring IQ, bro? Y'all out here talking high ring IQ when your favorite fighter chooses to go life and limb with a fighter and make it tougher than what it should be. Isn't that the same shit y'all complaining and whining and damn puling about when it comes to dang Terrence Crawford? Y'all say he's not utilizing all his skills. What other skills are left in the cachet with Errol Spence when it comes down to him going in here and dominating a fighter to the point where he's getting a stoppage? We're excluding Yordenis Ugas. Sean Porter defeated Danny Garcia. You defeated Danny Garcia. What's the difference? He made it to the final bell with both of y'all. Sean Porter won a decision. Errol Spence won a decision. It don't matter how Danny Garcia looked because that's what you want to bring in the picture. It's the fact that both of y'all went the distance. No change, no difference. You know what I'm saying? What we talking about? You know what I'm saying? What we talking about? I'm trying to find out where's the separation when it comes to Errol Spence having a higher IQ. This is just too easy. This is easy work for me. Like, how is that possible? When he chooses to fight his opponent's fights, it's proven with Kell Brook. It's proven with Sean Porter when he picked up the WBC title. It's proven. You fought the same. You fought that one way coming back off the accident, Danny Garcia. And then you go in there and look absolutely mediocre against freaking Yordenis Ugas and all these pundits that are talking highly of you, Errol Spence. They don't want to critique you with honesty. They just want to critique you in a biased way so that it seems like it has a more radiant outlook in comparison to Terrence Crawford. That's all. That's all it is, dog. When it comes down to it, they just want you to shine brighter. They want that halo to be goddamn illuminated when it comes to you being compared to Errol Spence at this point in time because they hoping and wishing that this fight's made. That's all. That's all it is, bro. They just up there canoeing upstream, man. When they talk about that bullshit, they just canoeing upstream, man. They have one oar, and the other side they're using their motherfucking hands. Because you cannot explain to me about IQ when a fighter chooses to fight the fight of their opponent, and then you criticize Terrence Crawford when he throw his offensive strategy out the window and choose to just dog walk his opponent. So let's go back to one thing. Let me see. Where's this at? So he fought Sean Porter September 2019, y'all. September 2019. And we all know what happened in between. I don't have to keep it. But 2019, they refused to acknowledge how he fought Sean Porter. He wanted to prove a point. He can beat Sean Porter's own style. And they want to compliment Errol Spence for doing that. But yet they talking about Yorkis Gamboa 8 years ago. How does that prove or substantiate your point of having a high ring IQ? How does that work? When your favorite fighter chooses to get into an all-out brawl, choose to engage with a fighter when he supposedly allegedly have all these skills that he can project upon his opposition and make the fight look easy. Where is it? It takes more than volume. You know, it takes more than putting him in a pressure cooker. You know what I'm saying? Like, where's the shit at, y'all? Jason Williams on deck. What's good with it, bro? That's good with it. I'm just saying. You know, they don't like people to retort or refute what they're talking about. But man, it's just too easy. Like this fight with Sean Porter, the reason why I used that because so many people talk about it. It was for the coveted WBC title. So many talk about how he, was what he was able to do with Sean Porter, but that fight was very, very close. It was 2019, y'all. So check this out. Once again, I'm gonna peel back another layer to everyone. To everyone that's listening, I'm gonna peel back another layer. This shit just happened September 2019. And a lot of people's voices and their tone and their conversation, that was the best Errol Spence before the accident. That was the best Errol Spence. How can you have an accident, land on the pavement, and come back a better account of yourself? That was the best. All that shit they was talking, what he did to Floyd and all that, he had all the hype. That was a better Errol Spence than what we seeing now. Let me peel back another layer, right? And fold the page on your ass. They'll sit up here and say Terrence Crawford didn't want to fight Errol Spence because he was coming off an accident. So out of the sportsmanship and understanding how much rhetoric is being talked about Terrence Crawford right now, as a sound-minded individual, he said, you know what? I don't want to be his first fight off the accident because Terrence Crawford know he would have did Errol Spence something dirty. He would have did Errol Spence something dirty coming back off the accident. You know why he would have did? I'm going to peel back another one, fold the page on your ass. Derrick James was talking about 40% in who? He say, so 40%. If Terrence Crawford would have stepped in there with his first fight, back off the accident at 40%, you trying to tell me Errol Spence would have beat Terrence Crawford? I'm telling y'all, man. Like, come on, man. This shit is just too easy. This shit is just too easy. When y'all be out here talking that garbage. Derrick James said 40%, yo. You think 40% would have got you past Crawford? 40%. When it got your ass canceled. You trying to tell me 40%, y'all? He coming back, he was 40%, and you wouldn't have got your ass canceled if Crawford would have been your first opponent. And do you believe these same individuals would have said, you know what? That was just fucked up for Crawford to even take the fight because he knew Errol Spence wasn't 100%. He knew that. He didn't have to do him like that. If Errol Spence would have been stretched out, sunbathing under the lights, they would have been all in freaking on Bernie's live to my Bernie. That's fucked up. Y'all took that fight with Crawford knowing he still wasn't fully recovered. Y'all took advantage of the situation. Absolutely. That's the way the conversation would have been, y'all. You took advantage of the situation. Monica, how you doing? Salute to you, Queen. Appreciate you pulling up. You took advantage of the situation. Y'all hit the like button for me. Y'all took advantage of the situation. That's what y'all would have said. If Terrence Crawford would have fought Errol Spence, the first fight back from his accident, y'all would have said, why did he do what he did? He shouldn't have never fought Errol Spence coming off the accident. He took advantage of the situation because that's the only time he could have beat him. He could have just waited a couple of fights up the road for Spence to get healthier. The Spence that they say that fought Yordenis Ugas, right? No excuses no more. These cats was enamored with the performance Errol Spence put in with Yordenis Ugas. So they would have said he should have waited until, 2 fights up the road before he stepped in there and fought Errol Spence. Terrence Crawford took the easy way out. I'm telling you, it's a no-win situation with these cats because they'll sit up here and say some bogus ass shit, and you expect somebody like me to not sit up here and analyze it. I don't have to be in the debate for this. This is too freaking easy. This is just like reaching into the refrigerator and pouring yourself a glass of water, a motherfucking some tea or whatever you got up in that motherfucker, taking a sip, putting the glass down and going about your business. It's that easy. I don't even need to damn drink something to hydrate. I'm not dehydrated. This is such easy information to refute. If Terrence Crawford would have fought your boy Errol Spence off the accident, and counseled him, y'all would have said the man took advantage of the situation. Errol wasn't 100%. Derek would have came out and say, oh, he was at 40%. See, DJ say he was at 40%. See, man, fuck Crawford, man. I ain't giving him no credit for that. He took a Spence that was still hurt. It's a no-win situation. He turns around as the man he is and say, I don't want that fight. I don't want to be the first fight. And they act like he was ducking. He act like the man was ducking now because he didn't want to go in there and cancel Errol Spence's career, taking that fight when he was 40%. They don't put the puzzle pieces together. I don't have to have a panel for other voices to try to enhance my, my hearing, my audio and shit to tell me some shit. Man, this is just too easy. Like Derek James said he was at 40%. Derek James said Errol Spence was at 40%. So you would have liked Terrence Crawford to go in there and counsel a 40% fighter and make him look dirty? Doing dirty. I think Terrence Crawford was thinking about Errol Spence as a man. I feel that Terrence Crawford has respect for Errol Spence. He knows he had a family. He has a family out there, and he was doing the honorable thing and saying, you know what, I know how tough it is to you going through what you did, and Terrence Crawford's been in his situation when he was shot in the head and stuff like that. So he's looking at it in a way that, man, you got a family. They got respect for one another. There's no real cutting animosity between these cats. They respect each other, boxing ability at the end of the day. So it's honorable what Terrence Crawford did by not taking the first fight after Errol Spence. Al Heyman wouldn't have made that fight. Stop playing. Stop fucking playing, dog. Al Heyman wouldn't have made that fight on the first fight back. They had plans for Errol Spence. You think they're going to give him Crawford? And he hasn't came back and proven, or no one's seen. Does it look, when y'all hear this shit out here on YouTube, man, you got to drop that shit in the chat and hold these people responsible. Like when you go over there agreeing with this bullshit, it made me think as a grown ass adult. It made me think and second guess. Like, are you a leader or a follower? Or you just having fun? It's okay to have fun in the chat. It's okay. But when you hear some shit like this and believe that Al Heyman would have gave Errol Spence Terrence Crawford for his first fight back, all because Errol Spence said he didn't want to tune up, you out your damn mind. You out your damn mind. Spence hadn't even had the opportunity to defend his WBC title yet. He hadn't even had the opportunity to really, build up as a unified champion. To get to the point of your Dina Sugas, they wasn't going to give Terrence Crawford that window, that slot, that contract. Terrence Crawford would have looked at this shit like, are y'all serious? Y'all want me to go in here and fight Errol Spence off his accident? Are y'all in his best interest? Y'all trying to see this man get killed? It might have been smarter for them to do it because Terrence might have felt some type of way. He might have felt some sympathy for Errol Spence. He would have said, man, this ain't right. This ain't right. You might have seen Terrence Crawford really, truly not using his skills that night. He probably would have just been lackadaisical the first half of the fights and then pick and chose when he wanted to stop him, just like he did Sean Porter. So let's not sit up here and play games no more on here and act like we didn't complete grade school, or if you did complete grade school, that you was riding a short bus and your particular class held hands going to the bathroom. Let's not play that game, man. Like, y'all smarter than that. Y'all know damn well y'all need to stop talking about this ducking shit when it comes to debate, because y'all want to say, oh, well, Terrence Crawford ain't making a fight right now. It's Terrence Crawford. No, it's fucking Errol Spence, man. It's PBC. You know why it's PBC? Because once again, y'all ignore the fact that Timothy Smith came out early this year and told y'all it was all about the money they didn't have to give freaking Terrence Crawford. So why y'all sitting up here acting like he never said this shit? Big dog on deck, man. I see you. Say salute, WCS, salute to you. Pound for pound sports, what's good? Appreciate that, Monica. Appreciate that. Y'all in the building, man. Hit the like button. But that has to make sense to y'all. That truly has to make sense. Timothy Smith comes out early 2022 and basically make an announcement, and everybody's talking about it on YouTube. They know what it's about. He's saying we don't want to insult Crawford. Once again, we don't want to insult Crawford. This is on the lead up, on the eve of Errol Spence stepping in there with Yadina Zugas. Everybody wants to know he's coming off another injury, eye injury. Everybody wants to see him perform and everything. Timothy Smith came out and spoke publicly. And they turn around and act like he never said anything. They want to put all the blame on Crawford for asking for more money. And then come to find out, Tom come out here and say it was a $100 million deal for two of their fighters. And then, I kind of believe that they was trying to scoop up Canelo because they was kind of mad that he didn't stay around a lot longer for the Caleb Plant. He went there and scooped up the bag with Caleb Plant and picked up the then last remaining IBF title and became undisputed. He left that, and we all know what happened. Hold on for a split second, man. All right, we back. But I know that shit is making sense to y'all. I know that shit making sense, man. I don't need no validation. I know that shit makes sense. Real talk, man. How was Terrence Crawford supposed to receive full credit for facing Errol Spence off an accident? How is Timothy Smith coming here talking about money in the first semester of this calendar year, and people just overlook it and say, Terrence Crawford ducking, he don't want to fight because he's asking his worth. The man is in front of Errol Spence on the pound for pound list, but people continue to just underline the fact that Errol Spence has more belts in a single division. You know why they say that? Because that's their saving grace. That's all they have to stand on. They have to stand on one division, and they're hoping and praying that he comes out victorious in this fight against Bud Crawford. But you know what I got to say about that? Is his undisputed going to be any more than all the undisputeds that we've seen around? Is it going to be more valuable than Canelo Alvarez? Is it going to be more valuable than Jermell Charlo? More valuable than Josh Taylor? More valuable than what Devin Haney just did? Is it? This fight is just marinating over and over again, and people just talking and talking and talking. And if this shit going to be the grand finale to a historic moment, This fight, one of these fighters, Terrence Crawford and Errol Spence, is going to become undisputed if it happens. And they're going to go in the history books in the company of who we just seen in the Four Bell era. That's all. That's all that's going to happen. There might be some adjustments on the pound for pound list if y'all believe that shit. But it might be some adjustments or whatever. But what happens when Errol Spence doesn't complete the mission? What if Errol Spence get grounded? Are y'all thinking about that? What if he gets grounded? Grounded is another alternative for being stopped. What if Errol Spence get grounded? What are y'all gonna say, man? Are y'all just gonna throw him to the side and say he wasn't 100%? He'll never be the same. He should just go ahead and retire because he got one loss. Are y'all gonna try to discard him like you did Wilder when he lost to Fury the first time? I mean, what is this gonna be about? Because, like I said before, there's no way that you're gonna think Terrence Crawford is gonna go into this fight and not negotiate his worth. Absolutely. All of you in life, if your person is a vehicle, you're going to try to negotiate for a lower amount. If you're going up there and you're on your job for a certain amount of tenure and a position open up, you're going to go up there and you're going to bring forward and present all the accolades and accomplishments that you've been a part of in your career. And you're going to use that as an entire package to speak to whoever that you have to go in front of so they can evaluate you and everybody else to get that position. That's what's going to happen. So what's wrong with a 3-weight champion, former undisputed, to negotiate his worth at this stage in his career? Because I think a lot of y'all are not looking at it in a way that these guys are on the backside of their career. You hear these people talking about, well, Terrence Crawford, he got like 2 or 3 fights remaining. Isn't that the backside of your career? Isn't it the backside of your career? Real talk. Isn't Errol Spence on the backside of his career? So why do y'all think they should be negotiating as if this was George Cambozo? They're not in that position, man. Terrence Crawford's not in that position. So he should go in there and negotiate his worth and then, absolutely be respected on the outside looking in because they understand what this man has put into the sport, what he's achieved, and where he's headed once he's done. Straight to the Hall of Fame. When he become eligible, straight to the Hall of Fame. Terrence Crawford may indeed be a first ballot Hall of Famer. I'm not saying Errol Spence won't be in the Hall of Fame. I'm not saying that. I'm not gonna sit up here and devalue that fact because I'm not on the voting. I'm not on the board. None of that shit. But one division, hopefully, like his stablemate, that he can find a way to achieve, another accolade in his career in another division or something. But to be honest with you, real talk, I just don't see him, coming out victorious over Terrence Crawford. Any way, shape, or form. I just don't see it. Y'all can talk about how many fights Terrence Crawford fought southpaw, how long. You're not accurate. You're not accurate. This is no shots. You're not accurate. Word to the wise. Terrence Crawford did not stop Amir Khan in his southpaw position. I just wanted to put that out there. Just a FYI. If y'all want to critique southpaw position versus orthodox, who cares? I'm just saying he did not stop Amir Khan in his southpaw position. He was in the orthodox, coming off the ropes. He was in the orthodox position when he stopped Amir Khan. That shot landed low, yeah, but it didn't hit him in the groin. Look it up for yourself. It's on YouTube. Look it up for yourself. I don't know shit about boxing. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. I think that was just a negotiation play. What you talking about, big dog? Like, what do you mean? Where you getting that information at, big dog? Talking about the fight will happen in October, November. Where you hear that from? Where you hear that from? Oh, now all of a sudden it's November, huh? Yeah, look, just a couple of days ago it was October. It was full pledged on the thumbnails. October, October, October. And then I came out and said, man, don't believe the dang hype. Don't believe the hype. Why are we talking about freaking November now? Because of Rick Glazer put that shit up there? Rick Glazer told y'all, wow, they're not gonna have no fight in no October. Why would they do that? And they got to compete with the MLB. What they call Reggie Jackson? What they call Reggie Jackson? Mr. October, right? Why they call Reggie Jackson Mr. October? Because Reggie said when he came onto the playing field to start the season, all he was looking for February, he was looking for October. Man, stop it, man. Come on, man, it's too easy. I'm just saying, y'all. Appreciate everyone stopping through in the chat, man, and dropping your comments and everything. You know what I'm saying? This shit ain't personal to me, but I don't care what people say about WCS and all that. They can't say I don't know shit about boxing, man. And then it's a difference when people, it's every debate is different. Okay, there's some people on here have they're incredible debaters, but it's all about if the debate is at a point where it's conducive to the listeners, people not getting kicked off the panel and everything. I don't respect that. Like I respect kicking somebody off the panel if they can't stay on topic. Ben, you know what I'm saying? They can't stay on topic. Yeah, they should go. But if they're showing common decency and respect, and they're on topic, I just think the debates works out good. But most of the time in debates these days, it's not a one-on-one debate. It's always like multiple people debating, and then it's the same shit over and over again. It's just I don't waste time with debates all the time because it's the same information I already know. I know the temperature of who I'm debating because I've heard it all before. I understand, where they're gonna go with it. They're gonna bring up the dang fighters. They're gonna bring up the same shit. They're gonna bring up retreading information. They're gonna bring up the fact Kenny Porter stopped the fight. They're gonna bring up that the arrow spin stopped Eudenis Ugas, but they're not gonna mention how he looked in that fight. They're not gonna mention the fact that this elite fighter that they support was looking for his mouthpiece. And even Spence say it was a rookie mistake. Why are you making rookie mistakes and you're competing for the WBA championship? And then thank God Eudenis Ugas' eyes start swelling up because he stopped fighting. And Lawrence Cole pretty much zoomed into that one area and made sure that it gets the doctor's attention, rather. It gets the doctor's attention. And then the doctor ended up stopping the fight. Y'all not saying that the fight was stopped because his eye. Y'all stopped and say, Errol Spence stopped Eudenis Ugas. That's what y'all saying. You're not saying that his eye was fucked up and he got stopped because of his eye. Isn't that why Kell Brook was stopped by Gennady Golovkin? Isn't that why Kell Brook was stopped when Errol Spence fought him? He took a knee because of his eye. Why y'all not giving the same flavor to Eudenis Ugas? The fight was stopped because of his eye. Terrence Crawford, the fight was stopped because it was a second knockdown and Kenny Porter stopped the fight. He didn't want to see his son take unnecessary punishment that can potentially affect the rest of his life. He's his pops. That's all I'm saying. He's his pops, man. Hey, big dog, what negotiation ploy are you talking about? Just let me know. I don't know what you're talking about. The fight was never going to happen while Bud was with Arum. Okay, when you talk about Bud being with Arum, they act like it would have happened. They get on Bud Crawford for re-signing with Bob Arum, knowing he didn't get the fight. They pretty much, once again, they always want to sit up here and think they tapping in to a lack of intelligence when none of us really truly knows what was going on with him re-signing with Bob Arum. What was the plan? No one really knows. But all they talk about is he re-signed with Bob Arum and he was a dummy for doing that. That's what they say. But yet, when he leaves Bob Arum, they talking about why he left Bob Arum. He don't have a leg to stand on. He don't have no foundation. He don't have a promotion. He don't have shit. That's why Errol Spence is the A side. And then Crawford's gonna have to take whatever Errol Spence gives him. Y'all don't remember that? Speaking of the heavyweight fight that took place, Daniel Dubois has lifted the belt from Trevor Bryan, in the fourth frame. Now he's the WBA heavyweight regular titleist. So at this point in time, without me being too the tip of the blade, I'm not gonna cut deep. The US only has potential prospects and contenders on the rise. That's all we have in the heavyweight division right now. Outside of, the Deontay Wilders, we're waiting for him to see when he's gonna come back. But there's nothing on the docket of him coming back. But we absolutely have nobody in the US that holds a belt. I'm not saying we don't have any heavyweights, but we don't have no champions. None. Zero. We have no heavyweight champions. It is once again, like the Klitschko era. We don't have none. And we have heavyweights coming up. We have Mac Truck. He's in Miami. Let me recheck over there. Let's see. I've been over here. Let me check some updates right quick. Because I know Edgar Berlanga is fighting. I know a lot of people probably checking out Edgar Berlanga and Alexis Agulo. Let me tune in to that. Matter of fact. Hold up for a second. Let me get you right. Let me get myself right. Real talk. Let me get myself right. Cause I know some people. Let's see where we at. Where we at? I came just in time. If they about to walk out, I came just in time. Yeah, I'm good. With around the time that they're gonna do a walkout. Hey, this is not gonna be an easy fight for Edgar Berlanga. This guy went the distance with Gilberto Ramirez. You know what I'm saying? Zerto himself. This guy's been in there, man. Like, hey, this is not gonna be an easy fight for Edgar. he changed trainers. I like Edgar Berlanga, man. Dude has a crazy following. You know what I'm saying? And then they have the Puerto Rican Day Parade that's going on over there, the celebratory parade. Man, this is big. Edgar has a huge following, man. They love Berlanga. Real talk. They love Edgar Berlanga, boy. They about to walk out, I believe. They getting ready for that fight. But let me see. Let me try to find out. And once again, you in the building, man, hit the like button. We're gonna check out this Edgar Berlanga fight. Cause this should be a tough fight for him. So let's see how he looks. I'm saying I'm going for Edgar Berlanga. I really want him to he has a lot on his shoulders, man. Edgar, at one point in time, his wins equaled his knockouts. But he's found out it's much more than that. You know what I'm saying? People are always gonna want you to come in here and knock out the next guy, knock out the next guy. Now it's all about boxing and winning. You know what I'm saying? Hitting that, changing levels to that next, and putting more wrinkles into your skill set. Edgar Berlanga has to prove to the people that he's capable of doing that. Else, his ride is going to be short. Seriously, he's going to have a short ride. And then, he might have such a loyal fan base that even if he does take one L, they still going to be behind him. I'm telling you, man, Edgar Berlanga has an incredible fan base over there. Serious. You want to talk about when he walked through like a celebrity? Shit. Ooh, boy. Yeah. Oh, well, he's just getting, this might be earlier. I don't know, but he's just getting his hand wrapped. So, they can't be on the undercard still, can they? That had to be, shit. This must be real time. Dude don't even have his hands wrapped yet. I mean, Angulo, he, in my opinion, he's going to be small for this weight. He's going to be small. So, Edgar has an opponent where he can shine. He can take off on. And we're going to see, man. This dude has a lot riding on him. I'm going for Edgar Berlanga to get this motherfucking win, dog. Let's see what he worked on over there, man. He has a lot of weight on his shoulders. Shout out to Pac-Man in the building. What? God damn, dog. Oh my God, man. I wasn't even expecting that news, man. God damn. Damn, dog. Appreciate the info there, Tay. Appreciate the info, man. Cause I've been looking on BoxRec forever. Damn. Fuck, man. We need some more shine down here in the A, man. I was looking for Mack Truck to come out that motherfucker with the W. You know what I'm saying? We need more highlights down here in the H. Damn. Shout out to Mac though, man. It comes with the sport, man. For real. It comes with the sport. Shout out to Coach Mustafa. You know what I'm saying? Damn, just saw what happened to Vargas. The Lion dude's a tough customer. Man, Vargas, man, come on now. Don't play like come on now. You know what it is, Andrew, when it comes to Vargas now. I'm just saying. I'm not being, you know what I'm saying? I'm not being, antagonistic about it, but wow. I wasn't expecting the Mack Truck loss though. Shit. God damn, man. Let me So those of you that's in the chat, how did that fight play out there, Andrew? What happened? What happened? Because to be honest, I was off. I was off that. I was pretty much, I wasn't even tuned into that. Real talk. Oh, okay. He ran out of gas. Damn, man. And Jonathan Gidry, man, when I saw his record, I was like 17-1-2. So he must be doing something. You know what I'm saying? But I like what I've been seeing with freaking Dakari Scott too. Like I know he put some pictures up, with Jarrell Miller, Big Baby Miller, and the other guy. So he been getting some good quality work. He's still, it's still early, man. He can push past this loss and keep on grinding. You know what I'm saying? I mean that shit happens in boxing a lot. That shit happens in boxing, man. Devastating shot off the break. He stumped on the gas. Round 2, boxing as well. So you saying he stopped Vargas, Andrew? You saying he stopped him? Okay, I got you, Tay. Yeah. Picked up the WBA NABO title. Yeah, for sure. That's some good shit. For real. Definitely. Like I said, his 8th fight, he'll be back though, man. I was really waiting. I was like, damn, why they ain't posting the results, man? Like I know he had the fight already. He stopped him. God damn. That's Vargas' second stoppage, man. I don't know what they're gonna do, man. For real. I don't know. Some ain't going on. Like, some ain't right. From what I understand, he made it out the first round this time. From what Andrew just said, right? So, okay. Let me see. He stumped on the gas round 2. So yeah, he made it out the first round. So, I mean, I know that's still not anything to brag about, but damn, dog. Shit, that kind of fucked up my night, man. I wanted to brag about freaking ATL being on notice and shit. Goddamn shit, man. I don't want motherfuckers talking about ATL like they do North Carolina. You know what I'm saying? They already try to be slick about this shit. Real talk. You think I don't have to put up, people don't talk to me about that shit, man? Please. The saying for ATL, if you wanted to pick up a win, you come to Atlanta. You know what I'm saying? You pick up Atlanta fight. We've been trying to get out that. We've been trying to put that to bed. Whoever created that narrative. You know what I'm saying? Because boxing was jumping hard. But we talking about the fighters that's down here. Yeah, we trying to brag about everybody. Oh, yeah, definitely. Come on now. Definitely. But they was trying to use the same type default. Like for North Carolina, they said the same thing. Like, if you want to go over there and pick up some wins, man, go to North Carolina. If you want to, find an opponent, go to Atlanta. They have plenty of opponents for you down there. You know, yeah, we definitely, North Carolina was shut down for a while, for boxing because of what was going on over there. I don't know the whole story, but I think they since opened it back up. I believe. I heard they shut down Alabama now. I'm not sure as to why that happened. I mean, shit. This is shit you see, man, when you go to these fights. I don't know. Remember, I was trying to tell you about Vargas' last fight. He just don't take punches, bro. Yeah, man, that's unfortunate. He got stopped again. Fuck, man. Wow. That kind of fucked up my night. I ain't gonna lie. It kind of fucked up my night, dog. We got two LeBrons in the ring? Am I looking at this shit? We have two LeBrons in the ring. Damn near, what the fuck am I watching? Damn near the same color shorts, the same waistband. What is this about? Are they related? Are they are they somehow cousins? What the fuck are we watching? It's almost like they had the same person make their uniform. Wow. Oh no, we better than NC. That's how we feel about NC. Yeah, exactly, man. I think NC is open back up now, I believe, and Alabama is shut down. I've been trying to kind of get some more information on Alabama because we just came back from Alabama. Michael Williams Jr. picked up his 20th victory. And they had a shout out to 116 boxing promotion. She had a damn good fight card over there. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to the whole crew, that was on deck, man. Nando, freaking Andrew. You know what I'm saying? Damn, that's wild. Only in boxing, LeBron versus LeBron. I know, man. I'm like, what am I watching? Hey, Ben, I'm not doing that tonight with you, bro. I don't know why you even wasting your time over here, man. You need to go back over to where your family at. For real, because I don't have nothing to say, bro. You're going to get on here and talk off topic. I'm not babysitting you, bro. Real talk. I'm being nice about it. I'm not babysitting you. I know you come over here to sabotage my live and shit like that. I'm not doing it, man. You lucky I ain't put you on timeout yet, bro. Every time you get on here, you talking about some other shit. This is not, look, as much boxing talk goes on in this YouTube community, you have plenty of channels to be on still in my live chat, bro. I try to handle that shit with maturity, and you keep on making it seem like it's me and you. Come on, bro. There's much more I got to do than sit up here and have you on my lives, man. No. So Belanga's, his hand is getting wrapped right now while we have LeBron times 2 in the ring, and they're in the third round. And luckily, this is only an 8-round fight. I mean, it's not that exciting right now either for them to have both. They should fight like they siblings. God damn it! How dare you come on? That's a nice 8-punch combination by LeBron. LeBron comes back in with a 1-2. LeBron steps away. Yeah, this is getting interesting. You know what I'm saying? Both LeBrons are moving. Let's go, Edgar Berlanga. Go in there and get that money tonight, man. Old boy is too small to be in this division, first of all. Man, nice uppercut. There you go. Now they engaging. Now it's getting right. Hey, appreciate y'all for dropping that info, man. Tay, Andrew. You know what I'm saying? Appreciate y'all dropping that info for real. Cause I've been multitasking. I've been taking care of some other shit. I ain't gonna lie. Even when I was on live tonight, I've been trying to take care of some other shit. Well, that shit fucked me up, man. I'm up here looking and looking. I've been looking. I say, dang, when they gonna post Mack truck shit, man? Motherfucking 8-0, goddammit. Got the WBA champion on deck in the A, shawty. Let's get it. Just had to get back in the lab and cook, man. You know, he was a professor over there, man. Shout out to Coach Mustafa, man. He is a professor down here in boxing. It's plenty. I'm just saying, you know, he know his shit, bro. He'll figure it out. He will figure it out. Shout out to Mack Truck, man. You know what I'm saying? You know, losses come with the game. I'm not gonna give you no cliche talking about you win some, you lose some. I'm not in the ring. But man, we look forward to you, you know, getting back in there and continue to climb that ladder, bro. There ain't no respect lost. You know what I'm saying? There ain't no respect lost. From where you came from, what you've been able to accomplish, you get there again. Shit. That's what it's about. That's what it's motherfucking about. Shout out to that whole grindhouse over there out Glenwood Road, man. Shout out to y'all. Them level changes ain't no joke, man. You pick up that title, you get put into the rankings, you start facing competition. You start toughening up competition, man. And you know, that's the way it is. That's the way it is. It's tough, man. Miguel Cotto. Damn, man. I just always, you know, look at Miguel, man. I hope he doesn't have dementia at a young age, man, from what Margarito was able to do to him. I know he seems like he's functioning very well, but you know, when dementia comes on, it comes on slowly, and then it degrades and debilitates quickly. For real. I just hope he doesn't have any signs of that, because just because you're able to function doesn't mean when you relax and you're in a relaxed state or you're at home, your body doesn't go through these changes. They do, man. I had a boxer in Cincinnati I was giving an interview with, his packed house. And this dude saw red. You know what I'm saying? He was giving a good interview at first, and then he talked about how people fucked him over. And then his eyes started glossing over. He said, man, I got to step outside. I don't want anything to go bad right now. I'm about to step outside. Let me talk to you later. I said, all right. That man, like, I looked in his eyes like dude was in a whole nother space, PTSD, pugilistic or whatever. Went outside, boom, came back in. He said, I have those moments, brother. It wasn't that towards you. I have those moments. I apologize. It's no bullshit. And then he got into it with another person over there, and they was about to throw hands. Like, it was a lot of people up in there. But one thing I would not do is not give a big shout out to Cincinnati goddamn Golden Gloves, goddamn it. I had a hell of a time up there watching those amateurs. Shout out to Team Cartel up there. Yeah, man. Shout out to Javante Clark. Had a chance to see him spar. Man, shout out to all them cats that train up there, you know, with Michael Stafford. Baby Pitt, Rasheed Warren, Adrian Bronner, Robert Easter, Ferris Dixon. That's a lot of dudes up there, man. Man, they got a lot of amateurs, I swear. But in the ring, we're in the fourth round with both LeBrons, man. And they doing what they do, bro. They from the same, you know, country, Puerto Rico. And I think they might have the same daddy, shawty. That's all I'm saying. Daddy might be, you know, met their mother on a time or two. And that's why they in the ring. They feel they need to settle some respect. Because one of these LeBrons didn't get, you know, the good Gerber tasting, you know, the flavors that they had. Some of them had to just, you know what I'm saying, eat applesauce the whole time. That's why they in the ring. They mad. Some of them didn't get their diaper changed on time. They probably found out they was using the same pacifier, and one had it longer than the other. That's why they in this bitch. There's a reason why two LeBrons are here. I'm telling you, there's some underlying issues going on here. You both from Puerto Rico, and y'all never seen each other. Oh, y'all seen each other before, for real. Y'all did. God damn, man. Oh my God. Fuck, man. Hey, tell you know anything about DeAndre? DeAndre's on his way to New York next week. He got Jahad Tucker. From what I'm hearing, that's gonna be a pretty decent fight. You know, I heard some good thing about DeAndre. Got some fast hands. I haven't seen him fight. I was told he was at the Cosmopolitan, but I don't remember who he was, man. I don't remember. I can't remember. Devin Haney on deck, of course, making his rounds. And I must acknowledge him as the undisputed lightweight reigning defending world champion, undisputed, unlike Max Kellerman that kept referring to him as the champion. You know some bullshit, Max Kellerman. You know what I'm saying? I can't even put you in the conversation and really hype on it. But it's just a disrespect for whatever reason it is. You used to be a hip hop artist. I don't know. When one of them took your girl or something, like you're gonna call the man the champion. You're not even gonna acknowledge he is the reigning, defending, undisputed lightweight world champion. There's no other belts to be had at all. And you call him the champion. He called him the lightweight champion. Where does that come from? Somebody explain that to me. How can you be in boxing so much and you have a job that puts you in the living room of millions, and you have an opportunity to interview history, a guy that went over in somebody else's backyard, picked up the championships, all of them, the first ever to be done in boxing, including the franchise, and you say the champion. Man, that's fucked up. That was fucked up, Max, if you listen. That was fucked up of you to have a lack of respect to acknowledge that man and what they put into going through all the damn rigmarole. You know what I'm saying? Rejected entry. And then, his father go through the press conference being called a boy and all this other shit that took place with a rat and informant. And then you go in there and lose your ears. He boxed both of your ears into the spit bucket. That's what we seen. He boxed both of your ears into the spit bucket. Don't nobody want to see that shit in a rematch, bro. That's just fucked up. That just fucked your whole world up. We're in round 5 right here. LeBron is winning. He hit on the break too. Referee not doing your job, bro. He landed a left hook on the break. Yeah, DeAndre Smith, ATL. Yeah. Haney made Cambozo look like shit. Nobody wants to see that. Nobody wants to see it. It's just amazing, man. He's up here talking and whining to my, a rematch. I'll see you again. I'll see you again. He didn't have that same energy when he beat T.O. Come over to Australia, 80,000. Well, you got your 80,000 and you lost. Nobody's trying to see that, man. So hopefully Lomachenko is on deck with it. What's good? That's what we want to see. Yeah, DeAndre Smith is fighting Jahad Tucker, man. Edgar warming up. I don't know what y'all think. Y'all think he's gonna get a knockout tonight? What you think? His opponent, hey, I told you he went 12 with Zerto. That's all I'm saying now. He went 12 with Zerto. Let's see what the chosen one's about. 19-0, 16 knockouts. He's going in there against Alexis Angulo, whose only loss was against Anthony Sims Jr. I take that back. David Benavidez, who stopped him in round 10. He has a total of 2 losses. David Benavidez stopped him in round 10. And then you had Gilberto Ramirez, a.k.a. Zerto. He went the distance with him back in 2018. So he went the distance with Zerto, but he just couldn't hang in there until the championship rounds to catch the final bell against David Benavidez, that monster. So he's a tough dude. It looked like he's a tough dude if he stayed in there against Benavidez for 10. He seems like a tough dude. I don't know. This is going to be tough, man. If he's staying in and showing his durability now, this dude ain't no slouch. Yeah, he's going to have to go fight his fight for real. I heard, he's real crafty. He can fight. He got skills. But, like you said, it's up to Tucker to them come up with a different game plan. A game plan that, if they need to change it, they're going to have a plan B. But, hey, it's showtime this week. You know what I'm saying? Shout out Team Jahad Tucker on deck over there. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Pops. Shout out to Showtime, man. I know y'all going to have a busy week over there. La da da do. Lord, hey, y'all want to ever hear about the PPVs, man? I have the perfect answer delivered by Rick Glazer.
One-on-one. Just say to him, ask him, do you buy the pay-per-view, or are you illegally getting it? Are you stealing it? Oh man, motherfucker, I steal it. I said, well, there you go. But you're supporting your fighter?
That shit was hilarious, man. D-Ray Promotions, I see you. What's good with it? On deck. The fighter that laid him out was Carlos Galvane. No, hold up. I'll take that back. What the fuck am I talking about? The fuck am I talking about? His name was Marcelo Esteban Coseras. Marcelo Esteban Coseras. Marcelo Esteban Coseras. They went the distance. He won, but Berlanga was down in round 9. Wow. Come on, man. I just want to see this fight, y'all. If they next, I'm gonna take a little slight break, man. I'm coming back for the main event. They might be about to stop this fight early. They have one more round. Let me see. Are they gonna let it go? They're gonna let it go? Yeah, they're gonna let it go. Damn it. Yep. They have 2 minutes and 50 seconds. God damn it, man. Fuck. Fucked up my motherfucking night, dog. Damn. Shit. Hey, I'm gonna come back for the main event. Y'all hold tight, man. Whoever in the chat. I'll be back in a minute.
Man, I'm still here. I'm waiting for Malanga to make this ring walk for real. Mitchell, you're not watching Shevchenko now. Just I'm multitasking right now, man. To answer your question, appreciate you asking. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. Somebody explain something to me. Why is Berlanga making this fight super close, man? What is going on, man? Like, he switched trainers. I mean, bro, you're getting touched up pretty good. It's a very close fight right now. Damn. Nice one, too. I'm telling this guy Angulo's been in there with some pretty decent experience, man. And, he just don't go out like that. Nice jab. Berlanga behind the stick. It seems like this guy can turn up on Berlanga whenever he feel like it. He's just walking him down, taking his time, leaning over. Then whenever he won't let his hand, he caught Berlanga. It looked like Berlanga was hurt like he was earlier, but false alarm. Velocity on deck. Top rank should stop the hype with the dude. Berlanga not even ready, but they moving him though. Berlanga bring the fans to the seats. You look how crowded it is in there. That's Berlanga, man. Come on, man. Over there, MSG, he bring the motherfucking people to the damn seats over there. But tonight he getting kind of touched up. He boxing though. He on his bicycle. I just got the feeling Angula's gonna turn up in the later rounds and try to stop Berlanga, man. He's just taking his time right now. Berlanga moving away like Tago was first Queen Grande. I don't know what I mean. Tonight has just been jacked up in boxing, man. Man, y'all tossing him off on Uzkostegi already? I'm saying the same thing, Andrew. You know, I'm like, he's stronger than this. I thought we were stronger, but he may be trying to work on his fundamentals, man, what they teach. So not to go in there and just load up on everything. You know how they say, woe your opponent and sleep? He might just be fighting the easy, simple way, basics, and then let the power come to him. Angulo looked tough, though. Angulo looked tough. Berlanga can beat what's left of Uzkostegi. I don't know if he want that Uzkostegi. He might have the best fight of his life that night because it's motherfucking Berlanga. Round 7 too. 7 out of 10. Uzkostegi cool, man. I don't know why people be on his helmet like that. But then again, I do know. Because he's out there punching after the bell, and then Andre Uncle came over there and almost got locked up for goddamn sending his jaw into the AC unit up on the damn 20th row. He punched Uskowski, boy, no glove, no nothing, straight bare knuckle. Clack it, clack it, bang, bing, boom, bang, bang. What Belanga looking out into the crowd for? What am I watching here? Y'all got to get ready to go, man. Damn. This fight has turned into something that I don't want to remember. Oh, I say these two aren't impressing me. I just wanna cut off this PC and go to sleep. If you hear me, I don't know what I'm watching. Let me go take this stuff. Anything change? Because I know he's throwing those body shots in the corner. It's the 8th round. He's pushing Belanga up in the corner. Belanga fighting out 3 straight jabs out the corner. Okay, stay busy. I see you, Belanga. I see the changes you're making, Belanga. You're not just committing to overhand rights just because you're in trouble. You're trying to box now. You're trying to be disciplined and become a boxer. To get through these fights as a boxer. And then let the right hand present itself when it's time. I see you though. There you go. You just boxing tonight. You just boxing. Oh, I thought that was much worse than what it was. Roman needs to KO this fool and the height. Mosley Jr. lost that Mitch. For Belanga to pick up another win, I would say Mosley Jr. I don't know. He haven't turned the corner for me. So yeah, put him in there with Belanga. Plus, Belanga look good on this record having a Mosley, but he getting Angulo's rocking him up on the ring. But Angulo's boxing. I like what I'm saying. I'm not Angulo, Belanga. Belanga's boxing. He's trying to. He's not loading up on his right hand. There you goes. He snuck his power in there though. He's boxing on the inside, outside. There go that right hand. A little bit wide, looping a little bit, but he's trying to box. Belanga is trying to box tonight. Real talk. He's trying to box. Team Devin, Haney, DHP, Bob Arams right there. They got some fresh jewelry on, I'll tell you that. I want to cut it. I don't even think I could. I don't know. Might have to put that on a payment plan, a motherfucking 300-year pay. Oh my God. 56 seconds remaining. I'll say it again. 168 is sweet, but Langer is in the right division. I don't know about that. Until one thing I commend him of doing is boxing tonight. He wasn't load up Lily. You know, he was loading up a lot earlier in his career. Well, several fights ago. But he's actually boxing, keeping the jab out there. You know, just trying to let his power come if he's able to get the knockout. But Angula's a very experienced, crafty guy. You could tell. Look how he throw that feint. Like, look, you know, he has Berlanga reacting to every one of his feints in the last round. And Berlanga got to get out the corner, man. Oh, he caught Berlanga with that right hand. See? He almost dropped him. Well, what is all that at the end? What is Berlanga doing? Why he headbutt him like that? What's going on over there? The fuck? Velocity think Roma won. Man, this fight was so one of those pace fights, man. Like, you go, I go. I go, you go. I go, you go. You go, I go. That's why I be usually over there rocking with UFC. One of my favorite fighters is Valentina Shevchenko. You know, I know that fight with her and Santos was going to be freaking tough because Santos has a ground game. You know, and Joanna Jacek and Wally Zhang, their styles are made for each other. Wally Zhang is a pocket monster. You know, she has that power. You know, and Joanna, she's a stand-up striker. You know, former kickboxer and all that. But her game hasn't evolved to the newer age female. So, I mean, she haven't really been able to, get it back on track ever since losing to Thug Rose Number Yunez. Shit, man. Oh my God. Damn. Still fucked up, man. Goddamn, the car lost his fight because sworn he was gonna get this one. Fuck. Damn. Shout out to Jahad Tucker, man. Got a fight coming up this week. Shout out to Team Jahad Tucker. You know, Showtime. Shout out to them. Top rank. You know, you have Artur Beterbiev going in there against Joe Smith. That's gonna be a banger. I think that's gonna be a banger right there. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. Come on. Let's get this decision. Let's get this decision read. Yeah. Yeah, we got the results that we actually thought. You know what I'm saying? Some of the cards I thought it was a little bit wilder, but I don't know. It was an okay fight, man. I'm pretty sure he'd be out there this week. But man, y'all held it down tonight, man. Appreciate y'all pulling up. One love to all y'all that support the channel and everything. It's fight week coming up again. So y'all stay tuned in, man. Turn up and tune in to World Combat Sports. I'm out.